I will turn on the microphone. Also, for some reason, my main microphone hasn't been working, so I put it on my webcam microphone. So, as long as that works. So yeah, I do apologize, guys, that I haven't really been talking on microphone a lot for quite a few streams. Like I said, I just kind of feel like I ran out of things to talk about that are really interesting. And, you know, my day-to-day life is not like the most fascinating thing. Because I don't really do that much. I post in RPs, I go out and I do gardening. Yesterday I went with Mike to the lake and we went there to go swimming, but we really ended up just floating around in our tubes, like just eating snacks and drinking Mountain Dew. It was really nice though. But yeah, so it's like, I mean, I guess I could talk about all that, but like I always think that it's kind of boring, you know? Like, yeah, I pulled weeds out of my garden. I floated in a tube and ate cookies. Like, but like, if you guys, you know, want to hear me talk about my day to day, whatever it was I did, or whatever's on my mind, you know, I don't mind turning on the microphone more often. Because I know that is part of streaming. Like, you know, you got to be entertaining to people, but there's also just times where like I'm struggling to focus on the art. So like it's easier for me to just turn off the mic and just play music and just like draw and not really like talk so much, cuz I really do get distracted to hell and back sometimes. So like a project that should have been done in like 2 hours ends up taking 3 hours, you know. So there it's like a balance, you know. I got to know how much distraction can I allow myself to have, and you know, what do I got to do to help myself focus better so I actually get my work done on time. And then, of course, there's like days where I just don't really feel like drawing, but I have to push myself through it anyway. Like, I don't feel particularly creative at all, but like, you know, I have to adhere to my schedule and get my work done. So, those are the days that I definitely struggle really hard to focus, because it's like I already am coming into it being like, oh man, I really don't feel like doing this, but I gotta, you know. Because unfortunately, creativity is not like something you could just switch on and off at will. It's either there or it's not, and some days it's not always there. But I do find that if I could get myself focused, I do eventually get into the groove of it, even if, you know, I came into it not really feeling like it. Getting started is always the hardest, though, because it's like, if I'm not in the mood to draw and I have to start from scratch, it's like, ah. But once I get past that hurdle, it's pretty good. Yeah, definitely. Like sometimes you just get a little like burnt out, you know? Like whether it's art or writing or, you know, whatever it is. Also, nice work there, Savannah. Do, 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 do. So after I finish this Worgen, Then I gotta start my next commission, which is one for Commander Munt, which is a Dungeons and Dragons character that is a wizard or mage. So I have to start that from scratch. I gotta like design the robes and everything. Like I have a pretty good idea of how he's supposed to look. But as for like the actual design of the clothing, that usually for Commander Munt's commissions, I'm the one who gets to like design the outfits, so it's a lot of fun. I just take elements from different reference pictures and I kind of like throw different aspects together to create something new. Yesterday, my video on YouTube got copyright struck for the Uzbek music I was playing. Like, I thought I could get away with it. I'm like, YouTube's not gonna care. It's not gonna care. No. Well, like with copyright strike, they basically just remove the video. Like, I don't get in trouble really. They just take it down. They're like, oh yeah, you got copyright audio in the video. So we're not going to let you have the video up on YouTube. Like, I didn't get DMCA'd or, anything. Like, I don't get a strike on my channel or nothing like that. With Twitch, usually the way Twitch does it is if you have any kind of copyrighted audio in your VOD, they just, like, mute it. So the video stays up. It's just, it has a bunch of parts where there's no audio because they mute out anything that isn't allowed. I wish YouTube would do that too, but no, YouTube just takes the whole thing down. But I honestly didn't think that music from Uzbekistan was gonna, like, trigger YouTube, Because I've played, like, old 90s anime music, like Japanese music and stuff, and YouTube didn't care, like it didn't know what it was. So I was like, yeah, maybe if I'm playing, foreign music, YouTube's gonna be like, whatever. I guess the Uzbek music is maybe a little bit more popular, I don't know. Definitely caught me by surprise. I was like, who knows freaking Dotto? Like, nobody. YouTube knows. I got into listening to this stuff because Nara introduced me to it because, like, her character Erzan is from Uzbekistan. And he's paired up with my character Jace. So literally before I started this roleplay, I never even thought of Uzbekistan. Like, I don't know anything about this country. I don't know anything about the language, the culture. Like, literally zip zero nada. So the past couple of weeks doing this roleplay, I've just learned so much. And I was like, I never would have ever given this country or its music or culture or anything a second thought, like, until you're role-playing with a character that's from this country. So it's been a lot of fun, and the music really does slap. I like it. So, our RP has been going really well. And I also started 2 brand new role plays with Solzen and Commander Munt. So Like everybody pretty much unanimously agreed like we're just getting kind of bored of our World of Warcraft role plays because they've been going for like 3 years and they're bloated with way too many characters and too many plots, and they've just kind of gotten like a little out of hand now. So we all agreed we wanted to start something fresh. And so we did. We all started brand new RPs. And the one I'm doing with Commander Munt is another original. So, like, the one with Nara is completely original. It's just our own story that we're making up from scratch. And the one with Commander Munt is also from scratch, just like fantasy, sci-fi fantasy, futuristic dystopia kind of thing. And then the one with Nara is like sci-fi fantasy modern day kind of thing. Like it's a mix of real life with science fiction and fantasy. And then the one I'm doing with Soulzen is based on the Shadowrunners RPG. So, and I'm struggling with that one a little bit because I don't know anything about Shadowrunners, and I've been trying to like educate myself on it, but it's like learning World of Warcraft or Dungeons and Dragons for the first time when you're trying to RP in a very big established world, but you don't know the lore, you don't know the world, you don't know anything about it. So how do you make a character in a world that you're completely unfamiliar with? So that's kind of the struggles I'm having with the Shadowrunner thing right now. Like, I did a post this morning and I completely screwed it up, and I had to delete the post entirely because it was all wrong. And like Soulzen's been trying to help me and correct me and like give me PDFs to learn, Shadowrun lore and like how things are supposed to work, and I just feel kind of overwhelmed with it. Like, I want to understand the lore and I want to, have fun RPing in it, but it's very confusing to me. Like a lot of the stuff, I'm just like, I have no clue what I'm doing. I don't know how I'm supposed to write for this. Like, I don't know this world at all. So he's just trying to help me through it, and it's been a little bit tough and a little slow going, but I do have faith that eventually I'll understand Shadowrunner lore eventually, and I'll be able to roleplay in that world, a little better. It's a learning curve for me. Like, I'm definitely a slow learner, so. Let's see. I'm going to read the chat here so I could get caught up with you guys. I was very surprised on how different Jordan was when I landed here. Oh yeah, I bet. In the meantime, I've been light on roleplay lately, and I've made some new characters and shelved some unplayed ones that have become more side characters. But I got a handful of 70s, and Lom's got some of his best in slot gear now. Nice! Shadowrun's kind of wild, and it's way easier if you live in the area where it's mostly based, which is King County, Washington. I got Nanothos to 70 and just sort of vibing, mostly more focused on getting a bunch of 50s to 60. Sweet. Yeah, I wait until, like, there's a time walking. But anyway, so I'll tell you guys a little bit about my Shadowrun thing so far. And if you guys are super familiar with this world, maybe you can help me out, like give me some pointers or something. But I play a character who's supposed to be a technomancer. And like, I just keep getting really confused about how the internet works in this world. Like, I know it's called the Matrix. And I know technomancers can basically tap into the Matrix with just their mind. So it's like getting onto the internet with like just your brain. you know, instead of actually hooking into it with technology, like actual physical items. So I'm trying to figure out how the hell my character interacts with this matrix when I don't understand the matrix at all. Like, I've read stuff about it, but yeah, like, she's on a mission where she has to disable security cameras, and my whole post that I wrote was about, like, how she basically goes into, like, a trance-like state, right? Like, she's sleeping, but in her brain she's connecting to a virtual reality simulator in the Matrix, and she's like trying to go over where the security cameras are and then hack into the security system so that, you know, she can disable the cameras. And I guess I wrote my whole post wrong, because Solzen is like, yeah, that's not really how it works, you know, the way I wrote it. So that's why I had to delete it. And then he gave me a bunch of PDFs, and like, it's just been hard because I gotta read so much stuff. Like, I just want to write a story. I don't want to do like a research assignment, you know? And it always kind of sucks when you write what you think is a good post, and then, you know, you gotta scrap the whole thing. So that wasn't super fun. Like, I thought my post was cool, but I guess it doesn't work for Shadowrun, so. I think you're thinking of it as The Matrix. Look at us. See, I've never played Cyberpunk 2077 either. How they do long-range hacking. Yeah, like, I'm like so unfamiliar with all this stuff. But yeah, if anybody could DM me a video about that, how does that work? Because I really need a better idea. Like, I can't write something I don't know, and that's like the #1 rule of writing, is write what you know. And I really am lost on this. Like, I don't want to, you know, let my RP partner down. But I feel like a dum-dum when, you know, I'm trying to write and I'm just like going by movies I've seen, you know? TLDR, you're visualizing it, turning it off, and it's technopathy. Huh. Well, she doesn't want to turn the cameras off. What she wants to do is like take the last 10 minutes of security footage that was recorded in the system of those cameras, and she wants to play that footage on a loop so that the people watching the security screens are not going to see anything unusual, because it would be way more suspicious if she just turns the cameras off. Like, I was thinking of an episode of Dexter where he does exactly that. He just puts it on a loop of footage. So, like, they see, like, everything looks like it's A-okay, you know, nothing weird going on, but the footage is actually on a loop, and it's not live recording. So that's what my character's trying to do, so that the group can sneak into this compound, because they have to steal back an item that got stolen by this gang. So, like, this is the role I'm trying to play. So let's see. It's psionics, but through tech rather than through meat brains. Then you just will see it. It's a lot simpler than you're making it, is what I'm getting at. So it's like she could just psychically somehow do all this stuff with her mind. Like, I do understand that. I get the premise of it. But then, like, Solzen's like, the characters are too far away right now. They're not even technically there yet. They're still driving, getting to know each other. And I'm like, oh, oops. It's literally, I think the tech does this and it do. You don't need to over-explain it. Yeah, the range is a thing. Yeah, so like the characters at a range, and I didn't really realize that. Like I thought they pretty much were there. So I might have just misinterpreted his post as well. But yeah, I feel like there's a lot of pressure for this RP because Solzen's like this, like Shadowrun is my most favorite like RPG genre ever in the history of ever, like my most favorite game of all time. And I'm like, oh my god. So the pressure is like really on. Like I gotta learn this stuff and I gotta be like help him craft a fun story. Even though I feel utterly lost. Like, I don't understand anything. I'm not having any issues with my other two role plays, though. The one with Commander Munt. Because that one, again, that's our own original world, and we pretty much just crafted it from scratch. So it's like, it's all stuff we made up, so I don't really, there's no learning curve there. That makes it a lot easier. And then, you know, the one with Nara is the easiest so far because it's basically our everyday real life world, but with aliens. There's aliens, y'all. Aliens! So that one's pretty easy to play as well. And all the alien lore and stuff, again, is like pretty much stuff that we made up. So I made up a lot of it, though. Like, I just kind of been spitballing a bunch of ideas. Like, yeah, this is what the aliens are like. I designed how they look, and I came up with the world and the name of their countries, and Nara came up with some of their, like, abilities and stuff, and I'm coming up with their technology and whatnot. So it's all going really well. Alright, let me read the chat. Let's see. Shadowrun is a pen and paper system and tabletop, so it's a bit less story writing and a lot more actual roleplay and systematic stuff. Your RP partner asked you to do a story in a system you don't know without explaining enough properly first, then with the Shadowrun one, it sounds like. Yeah, like, originally he wanted me to even make a character sheet with the stats and everything, and I'm like, I don't know how to play tabletop kind of games. Like, I've never actually played a tabletop game with, you know, those kind of mechanics where you gotta do the math to set up your character sheet, and you got your multipliers and yada yada, blottity blottity. Like, I literally, like, the only kind of role-playing I ever do is just story writing back and forth. I don't know how to play tabletop games. So this was, like, right off the bat, it was very overwhelming for me because he sent me, like, PDFs, and it's like, here, read this and read that, and it's, like, hundreds of pages of information and statistics and weapons and armor. And, like, you gotta pick all this stuff to set up your character sheet. And I was like, I don't want to do any of this. I just want to make up an idea for a character like I would for any other roleplay. Like, her name is Fiona. She's an elf. She looks kind of like a succubus. Red skin, black hair, golden eyes, horns on her head, pointy ears. She's a technomancer because that sounds kind of cool, even though I don't know I didn't know, like, really what that all entailed. I was just, you know, I'm gonna pick a class. I picked technomancer, and then I'm just gonna come up with a backstory for her, and then, like, just write a story, roll with it. I was not planning to make a full-on character sheet, roll the dice, play Shadowrun as a tabletop. I kind of wanted us to just make up our own story, but like you can have it be inspired by Shadowrun, be like a futuristic dystopian world with a lot of like cool technology stuff, gang violence and whatever, like have all the elements like Blade Runner or, you know, I don't know. There's all kinds of movies that are like that, future dystopia stuff. That's kind of what I was hoping for. I was like, I just want to make up stuff and write. I didn't want it to be like overly complicated. So like Solzen did, relent, and when I told him, I'm like, I don't want to make this kind of character sheet and have to do math and have statistics and all of that stuff. Like I'm not down for that. So, he's like, okay, we won't do that. And he tried to like, again, give me stuff like read this, read that, but it's so much stuff. Just PDF after PDF. And like my brain just can't handle it. I shouldn't have to read 100 pages and do a research project, to do a role play. So that's pretty much why I'm like struggling with the whole thing. Like I know he's very enthusiastic and excited about it, and he wants to like teach me all about it and have me get my footing and this and that and the other, but like, I don't know, it feels overwhelming. It's too much for me to learn. So there you have it. That's how the Shadowrun thing is kind of going. We haven't really gotten very far into it either at this point. Like we're still at the very beginning. So let's see. Feels like you're being forced to do this, honestly, because he's insisting you do it still. You're be getting food. Enjoy your food. Yeah, I wouldn't say like forced, but he definitely wants. He wanted to do it like tabletop probably, but I was like, nah, I don't do tabletop games. Sorry, dude. Don't know how to do tabletop games and don't really have the patience for it either, honestly. Like, I've dabbled very loosely, use the word dabbled, like, did a little bit of Dungeons and Dragons, did a little bit of World of Darkness, and a little tiny bit of Call of Cthulhu. But every time I did that, I had no clue what I was doing. Like, I don't know what I'm doing with those sheets and the math. I'm really bad at math. Like, figuring out, oh, you gotta add this to that, subtract this. I was like, what? Why do I gotta do math to play a game and tell a story? This is like unbelievable. I made a Pandaren warlock who's basically all about showmanship and fancy uses of spellfire. Oh, that sounds fun. It wouldn't be a bad idea to just suggest checking out one of the games. There are also RPGs like Baldur's Gate. Yeah, actually, Solzen did say that he wants to gift me the first Shadowrun game through Steam tonight, because he said it would help me understand the setting and everything, how it all works better. So it's like a very story-driven RPG. So I will play it, and hopefully it'll help me, understand things better. A light forged warlock feels like a crime against nature. I got a fox with green fire, love my green fire. I would like to know, how would a light forged warlock happen? Like, how would that work? Just very curious there. Like, it's like a lot of the things that World of Warcraft is doing is making it so anything goes. So it's like, when they made the when you could get the skins for the Dark Ranger elves, right? Like, so people are making Void Elf Dark Rangers, and it's like, how is that a thing? How are there Void Elf Dark Rangers at all? Because they would just fall under, like, the ones that followed Sylvanas, the Horde ones. So people get really upset when you're in Stormwind RPing a Void Elf Dark Ranger. It's like, nah, that ain't a thing. But you see, now, because the way Blizzard is doing it, everything is a thing. Like, the lore is just out the window. Like, you can make a light forged Draenei warlock, which is very antithetical in so many ways. It's interesting though. Like, honestly, I think it can make for some really dynamic and cool characters, because, it's fun to kind of break out of the box and be creative, but some of these forces are so diametrically opposed that I don't know how they work together exactly. But if you're creative enough, you can make it work. Let's see, what's this chat saying here? Lightforge can be locks now. It's like an oxymoron. Why not? Everyone can be a lock now. Tauren rogues also feel like it should fit either, since they're so damn huge. Honestly, I could see Lightforge studying Fel as a way of turning the Legion's own power against them, or as a way of counteracting its curses. That's a cool idea. Orcs are big too, shrug. Yeah. That was the idea, not really counteracting, because locks can cleanse. And with the Legion basically headless, I could see some going, hey, maybe we could turn this army of demons into something good. Yeah, interesting. I mean, I made essentially a Drust construct who has the soul of an ancient Drust warrior. But yeah, see, like, this is like what I mean, how you can be pretty creative about it. So yeah, like, maybe some of these things seem absurd on a surface glance, but like, if you look deeper, you could probably make some pretty cool characters and interesting stories about it. And I am one of those people who plays a Void Elf Dark Ranger, because when the Dark Ranger thing came out, I was like, heck yeah. And it was really fun to be a Dark Ranger in Stormwind, because it's like you would never see something like that. And believe it or not, people were actually really cool about it. Like, they RP'd with my character like nothing was wrong at all, Like, I didn't get harassed or anything. I mean, maybe some people do, but I didn't. So I was like, hey, I guess I can just be, a Dark Fallen or Dark Ranger Void Elf, and it's all cool. It's all Gucci. As long as you have a good way of explaining your character's lore and how on earth did this possibly happen, like, go for it, Maybe the story's a little bit out there. It's a little wild, but, like, whatevs. Just have fun. That's what role playing is all about. Just have fun. I have Dark Fallen Elf Hunter. She's ex-Dark Ranger, though. Cool. I also made a satyr who becomes a priest of a loon. See, like, you can take, characters that were once bad and they're turning good. Or you can make characters who are good that are turning bad. You can do all kinds of stuff. I think, like, the one that I did is I had a character that was, like, half high elf, half Kultiran, and she's a druid. Because that's how I wanted to have myself, somebody who pretty much, like, looks like, a half elf, but with druid abilities in World of Warcraft. Because I was like, okay, well, the Kultirans can be druids. So I'll make her half Kultiran. There you go. So I take the WoW lore and I bend it a little bit to create what I want to create. But I will say, like, now I'm currently not doing any World of Warcraft RP for the first time in like 3 solid years. And like, all 3 role plays that I have going are completely original, new. They're their own thing. Well, aside from the Shadowrun thing. I mean, that's not original, but it's totally new for me. That's for sure. But it is definitely a little bit refreshing. Like, I'm not knocking on World of Warcraft RP at all. Like, obviously, I've enjoyed my 3 years of WoW RP, but it is really nice just to change it up at this point, because it's like a breath of fresh air, Things were starting to feel like just a little stale, just playing the same characters in the same world for so long. And doing something new is like, this is great. Really definitely enjoying it for sure. Because I haven't done original role plays in like probably a decade. Because I used to do them all the time. Like, I used to do them in Second Life and on forums. Like, we would just make up our own stories, make up our own worlds. We had like every genre. We had, sci-fi, fantasy, historical stuff, like Victorian era, modern day. Usually modern day is boring for me though, so like, if I'm gonna do an RP that has anything to do with the modern day, it's gotta have some kind of fantasy or sci-fi or sci-fantasy elements thrown into it, because otherwise it's just like, it's just everyday life. I don't really care. So I will say, when I first started the role play with Nara, and she's like, let's do like a modern day thing where the characters are at Harvard, and I was like, how about one of my characters is an alien? I just threw that out there. And she thought the idea was cool, so we stuck with it. And so far, it's been really exciting and a lot of fun. The alien thing. Because then I get to come, like, on top of the real world, and, like, yeah, Harvard University, the actual modern day real world. I also have a freaking alien planet and all the lore and history and culture that goes with the aliens. So I got my fantasy fix thrown in. So, yippee! We haven't gotten to explore the alien world yet. We're still in the earthly realm of things. But it's going to be a lot of fun because there's still so much more world building to be done. for the alien characters, coming up with like their culture, their customs, what kind of clothing do they wear, what kind of food do they eat, you know, what kind of holidays do they have or celebrations, what kind of spirituality or religion, or, you know, all of it. All of it needs to be thought through to make them feel like, you know, living, breathing beings that have their own, like, rich history. And I definitely did think of a lot of it. Like, we do have, like, a Discord channel that's called World Building. So I've been coming up with, like, their cultures, their geography of each of the different, like, countries within the world. What kind of, like, struggles do they face? What kind of government do they have? You know, what do they wear? What language do they speak? So it's been a lot of fun, you know, just crafting everything. I'm currently working on an alternate history of World of Warcraft where the Worgen arrive in the Eastern Kingdoms thousands of years early. Oh yeah, I know, that's awesome. Like, your story has Raylar Fangfire, right? Like an alternate version of his story. Yeah. Very, very cool. I need to get back to working on my Amalthera's story. Like, I have a ton of it written. Like, I have enough written to keep posting for months to come. The story is pretty far along, but I've been really lazy about getting the screenshots. So until I, like, actually get my butt in gear and make all the screenshots for the story, I can't, like, post any of the new stuff yet. So I gotta get back on that, but I just, you know, my interest in it kind of waned because, again, I was feeling a little bit burnt out and a little bit tired of World of Warcraft because, like, I've just been immersed in it for so long, and I'm like, oh, I need something new, you know? So I don't know when I'll get back to that. It has to be when I feel like it, because that's just my World of Warcraft story is like a little personal hobby side project thing, and I don't want to make it feel like work. It's got to be fun. So, you know, I'm not gonna, like, force myself to work on it if I'm not in the mood to work on it. It's a whenever I feel like it kind of deal. But I will get back to it, though, because I do enjoy writing it. And, you know, it's fun seeing where it'll go. And since I don't have any more World of Warcraft RPs, that story is, like, pretty much my only World of Warcraft writing project. So we'll see where it goes eventually. But for now, the Instagram account is going to lay dormant for a little while. I did like a 6-month hiatus on it already, so it's like people that follow that account know, like, I go into little spurts where I post, and then I go into, like, a long hibernation, so sorry, it's just how it is. Also, Mike has been helping me with Shadows of Etheria, so for those of you who don't remember or don't know, Shadows of Etheria is my own very original story that I thought of years ago. I don't know, maybe I started it in like 2017 or something. Just a long freaking time ago. So, over the course of the years, I've been slowly, like, trying to develop it, but I always get stuck. So Mike has been helping me like come up with ideas, and finally we got the beginning of the story pretty well figured out so I could actually start writing it. So I want to make it like an illustrated novel because doing a comic is just too difficult. So yeah, I figure I could just write it and then throw in illustrations with each chapter to, like, you know, show people important scenes. That much I feel like I could do, you know. Let's see. Speaking of your book, Shao Shah of Sadness, sorry, is building a world on FC that reminded me of the world of the swamp dweller in your book. Oh, really? That's cool. So the idea for Shadows of Etheria, we have the marshlands, and that is where the marshland elves live. And Mike came up with the idea that the story begins with a conflict. So we, like, each chapter has to deal with a shadow. So there's 7 shadows to the Shadows of Etheria. So let me go to my pinned messages with Mike so that I can actually remember this stuff. Okay, I'm just gonna read what Mike wrote because his idea is brilliant, and with this idea I'll be able to actually write the start of the story. So before I read it, the way the story starts is that Evelyn is a struggling freelance comic book artist. And obviously, Shadows of Etheria is kind of like a mirror of my real life experience. The whole story and the premise of the story is how you deal with depression, anxiety, fear, procrastination, you know, all the things that I had been struggling with that were holding me back from my full potential. Like things that just kind of pull you down in life. It's really a story about mental health, but told in a fun fantasy sort of way. So Evelyn runs out of ink and she pulls out a bottle of ink that her grandma gave her that she never used before. And the ink was enchanted. So while she was drawing the page of her comic, when she used the ink, the page came to life and everything that was happening on that page became real. And she pretty much got like isekai'd, you know, sucked into the world of Etheria, her own fantasy world from her comic. And the story is about Evelyn trying to figure out how to get back home, like how to get out of the comic back into the real world. And to do this, she has to rely on some friends that she makes along the way, which is like an entourage of, you know, fantasy characters. Like we got elves, we got a mushroom gnome, we got a magic dragon shapeshifter creature. I don't really know how to describe Bipsy better than that. She turns into a dragon and provides them with transportation. So Evelyn's very first encounter is with a dragon called the Dread. And the Dread is the shadow of fear. So, like I said, there's 7 shadows. So the story is going to be 7 chapters. And each chapter is going to be about how Evelyn and her friends tackle and defeat one of the shadows. And as she defeats the shadows, she gets closer and closer to unlocking her way to get back home to the real world. So the only way she could get back is to defeat all 7 shadows. Now, the 7 shadows are manifestations of negative emotions that hold her back. So, like, there's the shadow of doubt, the shadow of depression, the shadow of procrastination / unfulfilled potential, The shadow of insignificance, which is like low self-esteem, feeling like you don't matter. The shadow of fear. The shadow of failure. And let's see, what was the other one? The shadow of hatred and anger. So those are the 7 shadows. And the very first shadow that Evelyn is going to have to face is the shadow of hatred and anger. So this shadow is basically a wolf, but like the body of the wolf is made out of shadows, and then it has like a wolf skull sticking out of it, and it has like skeleton paws and stuff. And the shadow of anger and hatred is affecting the marshland elves and the Muscari, a mushroom gnome people, and it's basically making them go at war with one another because they both live in the same land and they share the same land. So now, with all of that prefaced and out of the way, I'm going to read the notes that Mike wrote to me that are going to help me be able to finally start actually writing Shadows of Etheria. So, without further ado, and Mike gets full credit for this. When Evelyn is brought into the world, she's immediately dropped into a battle against the Dread, which again is that dragon, the shadow of fear, the Dread. It's a shadowy dragon with a skeleton dragon head, skeleton wings and claws and stuff. She flees into the nearby woods when she briefly meets Nern, and Nern is a Muscari gnome, a mushroom gnome. Okay, so Nern, and they have a small moment until she's promptly captured by Gren. Gren is my marshland elf guy, who brings her to the marshland elves. Gren believes that Evelyn is an agent for the Muscari, mushroom people, who believe they have a right to the marshlands and the world tree that resides in the center, whose roots extend and sprout trees, flowers, and other plant life throughout the land. The marshland elves believe that the Muscari will infest and destroy the marshlands by feeding off the trees. They're spores, after all. And the elves fear that the Muscari aim to potentially sap away and destroy the world tree, which will slowly rot away all plant life on the continent. The Muscari are preparing to seize the marshlands, except for Nern, who believes that the tribes once lived in harmony and that something foul had turned everyone against each other. He believes that Evelyn may be the link and starts to look for her. Eventually, the war breaks out in the marshlands and Evelyn falls away from Gren and meets Nern, but Gren attacks. At some point, they spot the wolf watching the 2 tribes duke it out before turning his attention to Evelyn. It's eventually discovered that he's the reason the 2 tribes hate each other. His presence poisoned their minds, and that the Muscari were once part of the world tree itself. The group try to escape and find their way to the tree. Gren holds back the wolf. Evelyn gets bitten but manages to help Nern reach the world tree to pray for help. The tree responds by growing a branch that will act as his staff, which allows him to control nature. He uses the staff to summon vines to hold the beast in place while Gren deals the killing blow. With the shadow of hatred destroyed, the 2 tribes slowly come to their senses. They realize that because the tree spoke with Nern and gifted him an incredible power, it had sent a message to the elves that the Muscari are not a threat. The 2 tribes begin to work in peace while Evelyn tries to figure out how to return home. Gren tells her of a nearby village that may help, and he and Nern offer to travel with her, and so begins her journey. So that is essentially how the story can begin. When Evelyn gets sucked into her fantasy world, she is immediately immersed in a conflict between the marshland elves and the Muscari gnomes. Unbeknownst to her that the whole reason this conflict is happening is because of the machinations of the shadow of hatred and anger. So, like, once they defeat that shadow, then, they group up together, and that begins our first group. And then the next part of the story that we have figured out is for Olivia, who is a fire elf. And there's going to be like a romance between Olivia and Gren. So they're like polar opposites because Gren is a marshland elf. So obviously he's all about water and Olivia is about fire. So not to like copy the Disney Elemental plot or anything like that, because obviously I thought of this story way before that freaking movie ever came into existence. Like I've been working on Shadows of Etheria for like years before Elemental was a thing. So just making a note. I fed the cats too, and they are out of the house for now. Welcome back, by the way. Two outdoor cats. Oh, okay. So yeah, I basically just explained some stuff. I don't know how much of it you were here for when you got back, but I was talking about Shadows of Etheria and how Mike is helping me like finally pin down how I'm gonna start the story. So I have a world called Valencia. Ooh, that sounds cool. How many of you guys have your own original fantasy worlds that you've been working on forever? Like in your head, you know? I feel like we all do, you know? We all have our fantasy worlds and our original characters kicking around in there. I wanted to turn into a Pathfinder homebrew setting. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, Shadows of Etheria, I feel like it would make a really fun RPG kind of story as well, but like I'd have to really develop the world and the different races and the lore and the characters and all a lot more before I could do that. But again, I'm not really into the RPG tabletop kind of mechanics games, so I probably wouldn't bother with that. But if people wanted to turn it into a tabletop, like, all more power to you. Valencia has some basic stuff. Hilariously, it's beastmen, dragons, elementals, ethereal creatures, and elves. The elves are a secret. My world has too dang many elves, because, like, I'm, like, mildly obsessed with elves. Like, I got marshland elves, I got fire elves, I have probably like earth elves, air elemental, like the four elements, they all have their own elves basically, like Avatar. But in my story there's only two elf characters, just the fire elf and the water elf, and together they make steam. Ooh, because their relationship is so hot. Like literally, if Olivia gets pissed off, she turns into like a lava monster almost. And again, I thought of this before I saw the Dragon Prince and the way they do their Sunfire elves, where they get like the lava cracks in their skin and everything. So again, I'm not copying the Dragon Prince, even if it looks like I am. I thought of this stuff years before that show existed. So just throwing that out there. Because it's like funny how like a lot of the ideas I had are now coming to fruition in different shows and movies and media all of a sudden. It's like, dude, why has everybody got the same ideas as me now? All right, we're almost done with this. We have to do the highlights and then that's it. So the deluxe shading is nearly finished. File, save. My world has too many animal people, implying that that's a bad thing. Magic in Valencia is born of a physical essence bleeding in from an outer realm that I'm calling Aether. Let's see, it actually has effects on the world where it bleeds over in excess, and it comes in every element you can think of, fantasy style elements, so including life, death, light, dark, etc. Cool. Kind of reminds me of like Final Fantasy VII, where inside the planet there's like Mako. So that's where magic comes from there. It's like the core of the planet is just full of magic. And like in WoW, you got your ley lines and stuff. Dragons are beings made of aether. They're effectively called elementals. Do, 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 do. Almost revered like gods because of it. They're incredibly rare. Ah, cool. Yeah, there's dragons and Shadows of Etheria too, but the main one is just the dread. The shadow of fear. And by the way, the dread is like the very last shadow that Evelyn has to ultimately face, the seventh and final one. Because it's like the ultimate shadow that's holding her back is fear. So once she is able to vanquish the shadow of fear, she finally gets to return to her world. And like the powerful message is like the whole I am enough thing. So, you know, overcoming all the seven shadows. And she's like, I finally realized that the answer all this time is that, you know, I am enough. Because to me, that's the most profound message you could ever give somebody that struggles with like depression and anxiety and this and that and the other. Just say, like, you are enough. And you could insert any adjective you want in front of that. Smart enough, good enough, talented enough, hardworking enough, you know? So at the end, the dread, when Evelyn touches the skeleton face of the dragon, like she faces her fear and she actually touches the dragon's skull. Like this thing could literally rip her head off, but she's gotten to the point now where she's unafraid. So she touches the dragon's skull and all of the shadows shed away and then are replaced with shimmering white scales. And the dragon becomes a beautiful, white, pure, pearlescent creature. And this is what the shadow of fear becomes. And this is when she realizes, I am enough. And then she's finally able to transport herself back home to the real world, where she is now a much stronger, better person than she was when she started this journey. So I'm opening up the Inktober's here. So I did one in 2018 and then I did one in like 2021, and obviously the 2021 one is so much nicer, but the 2018 one was, you know, the first iteration. So taking care of the cats right now is making me feel like enough. I'm happy and proud. It's nice. Aw, I'm glad. Oh, and let me show you what the dread looks like before it turns into that pretty white dragon. And again, this is my very first drawing ever from Shadows of Etheria. So I'll show you the, the 2021 version. So the dread is like a lot more scary and menacing. Let's see, I have a picture of it swooping as well. So it's like a skeleton dragon that's encased in shadows. Real scary. Like, you see this thing coming at you, you're gonna pee your pants, you know? But, once Evelyn conquers all the shadows and she faces the dread, all she has to do is just touch it, and it will turn into this. So, and I came up with that while I was driving, actually. I was like driving to a friend's house, and I came up with the ending of the story right then and there because I was on these beautiful country roads, and it just hit me. Like the imagery of the shadow being replaced by white scales, and then her saying, "I finally understand, I'm enough." And I literally started crying. Like, I'm driving and I'm just like bawling my eyes out. And I'm like, yes, I have the ending to my story. Like, this is perfect. And I was so excited when I got to my friend's house. I just had to tell them all about it. And then I had to like plot out how I was going to draw it. I was like, yes, this is the ending. Because, trying to tell a story about how to overcome depression, that's it right there, baby. And the whole reason why I made this story was because it is based on my own personal struggles. Like, being an artist and worrying about failure and having depression and anxiety and struggling. And, those thoughts of like, you're not good enough, you're not going to make it, yada, yada. So Evelyn is like essentially representing what I went through, like for all the years that I wasn't succeeding in my art career, and all the things that I had to learn to get to where I am now, to finally overcome all those like negative emotions and push through and persevere and not give up. So that's the kind of story that I want Shadows of Etheria to be. Like a story about how, no matter how bad things are, you can overcome anything. You can overcome your shadows and then live your true potential and be the person you want to be. It's not easy, it's a challenge, but you can do it. And I do feel like if I ever actually manage to write this and illustrate it and, get it published, it could be like a life-changing story. I mean, I'm not going to, do the count your chickens before they hatch thing, because God knows, maybe nobody wants to publish it. Maybe nobody buys it, nobody cares, it doesn't become anything. But, like, I feel like if it did, it could be big. Like, it could be really big. Like, life-changing. Like the author gets that one book published and now they're living comfortably for the rest of their life. Kind of life-changing. Like, it gets adapted into movies and TV shows and graphic novels. Kind of life-changing because it's something that... It's a story that's so poignant to so many people all over the world, because everybody has to fight those 7 shadows. So, yeah. So yeah, but I hope, I have to work on it though. That's the hard part. Like, I devote so much time into doing, role plays and all this other stuff, and I don't work on my own project, and I really need to like put time into it for sure. So I'm definitely feeling like the more I write, the more prepared I am to finally actually write Shadows of Etheria. And now that Mike gave me that like synopsis, I finally have a beginning of the story. And typically once I start writing something, it gets easier because the start is always the hardest part to write. So I'm probably going to make a Discord server for it when I do get going on it, and I don't know if I'm gonna like make a Patreon or something like that, where like if people want to read the full chapters, you know, they can support me on Patreon, because it's gonna be one of those things where it's gonna take a lot of time and a lot of work, and I'm not gonna be making any income from doing it, so it's a high risk project. So I definitely will need people to support me through it, because it's going to take me probably a couple of years to get the whole thing fully done. Like all 7 chapters, I guess. I don't know if it's going to be 7 full books or 7 chapters. I don't really know. I guess it depends on how long it takes to flesh out dealing with each shadow. I kind of just want it to be like 7 chapters, you know. Like not a super huge project, but something doable. I don't want to bite off more than I can chew, sort of thing. But either way, like if I could get like people interested in it who want to help support me as I work on it, that would help, you know, help me get it going and get it done. But we will cross that bridge when we get to it. So there you have it. Anyway, this is done. So I'm going to upload this and send it away. I also got to upload it to Artistry, and then Slayer YT can mark it as complete. So let me do that right now. People! Oh no, the people's here! Wow! We have a Bibble. The Bibble hath arrived. Bibble? Bibble? It's a Bibble. Aww. Aww, Bibble. Bibble, 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 Bibble. You Bibble, Bibble, Bibble cat. Oh, she bibbling. Yeah, she bibbling. Meow, wow, 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 wow. Okay, I have submitted the files on Artistry, so Slayer will have to check the email and mark the project as complete. And I'm also going to get it posted into the Discord. Hi, Bipple. Hi, Bipple. Wow. Wow. I think Bibble wants her kibble. Bibble, she wants her dance. Yeah, she wants her Din. Aww. Oh. Oh god, Bibble's on my keyboard. There's a Bibble butt on my keyboard. Oh, she's like half on me, half on my keyboard. Alright, once I'm done getting this all uploaded, I'm going to be starting a Dungeons and Dragons character commission for Commander Munt of his character Fenral. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Oh god, I really gotta trim Bibble's claws. Oh god, she's ripping me apart. Ow, 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 ow. Bibble, your claws are too sharp. Oh god, she's kneading my arm. Ow. Eek. Ow. It's painful. Oh, Bibble. Why? Why, Bibble? Why? Meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Okay, let's see, y'all. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Okay, I ascend file to Slayer YT. Bum, 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 bum. Here it is. Send. Bibudu, she's a neko-chan. Bibudu neko-chan. Bibble. Aww. She's my little Bibble loaf. With her little needle paws. Ripping my arm to shreds with love. It hurts so bad. Oh god, it hurts. But I love my Bibble. Bibble, ouch, I gotta trim your claws. Ow. Bibble, your claws are too sharp. Yeah, you're ripping me to pieces. Ow. I'm gonna be bloody. Ow. Ow. Bibble. Ah. Bibble, do you want din? Yeah, do you want din? If I give you din, will you stop ripping my arm to shreds? Yeah, you stop ripping my arm to shreds? Ow. The pain. Come on, Bibble, let's go get you some din. Yeah, Mama will give you some din. Yeah, that's what she wants. Yeah, Bibble wants some dins. Meow. Hi! How you doing, Jam? Don't mind me, I'm just talking to Bibble. Bibble, 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 Bibble. Bibble, 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 cat. Do 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 boop. Now I don't even know what pose to do. What poses do we got? Where I gotta check my notes here from Commander Munt. People, people, people. People, people, people. People, people, people. Cat. Hello, hello, hello. I got Bibble on me, ripping my arm to pieces with her razor feet because she's hungry. So she's trying to eat my arm. Isn't that right, Bibble? Yeah, isn't that right? Alright, check in my notes with Commander Munt. Let's see, what did we say about Fenral? Okay, so I got references for his robes. I'm just gonna like pop all my reference pictures in here first. And then we're gonna figure out our pose, get our model set up, all that stuff. So we got some robe ideas. I like this one. This is some beautiful artwork. Holy guacamole, that's beautiful artwork. That is a hot guy right there. Look at this guy. That could almost, that could almost be like Erzan on Telmeria, like wearing Telmerian clothing. Like down the road. Right? Hot. That's your Telmerian science outfit. Alright, let's see. Other references. Copy image. So this is artwork of Fenral that was commissioned for another artist. Let's see. Gotta shrink that puppy down a little bit. A little too big. Merge, merge, merge. And then we got, there were some pictures he posted. Oh yeah, I remember which pose he wanted. I think, oh no, wait, that was for another character. Oops. Never mind. Kind of changed the character commission halfway through. So, blues and white sciencey colors, absolutely. Alright, I gotta go into artistry, and there's a couple reference pictures I think he posted in there, so let me go grab those. Copy image, edit, paste. That is so tiny. Blow that up a bit. So red hair, ponytail, glasses, cool robes, a spell book. What else did he say he has? Yeah, so these are the artistry references. Boop, doop. Okay. Let me close out of this one. So we finished our little Worgen lady. Hi, Pippo. Oh, my little Pippo's. It's my little Pippo's. Mama loves that little Pippo's. Aww. She's a Pippo. Pippo, 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 Pippo. Okay. Don't mind me, I'm like reading my notes for Commander Munt here. Reading. Okay, he has a smoking pipe, a spell book, and frameless glasses. Alright, I'm gonna write that down on here. Smoking pipe, spell book, frameless glasses. Eesh. Smoking pipe. Spell book. Frameless glasses. Uh-huh. Alright. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Those are all the references I have, and that's all the information I got. So next step is to come up with a pose idea and then get Commander Munt's feedback. And I'm going to set up the 3D model here, so. Hi, Pippo. Mama loves that little Pippo. Yeah, Mama loves that. Oh, such a little Pippo. Meow, wow, wow, wow. Meow, wow, wow, wow. Oh, such a Pippo. Ow, Pippo. You're destroying my arms. Again. There we go. That looks like a decent body. Alright, now as for pose, see what we got in here. This is an interesting one. He could be holding the spell book in one hand. Maybe casting a spell with the other. I don't know. We'll have to see. This is another one. I like these because they're dynamic, you know? Like I want some kind of dynamic pose. We'll see what Commander Monk thinks of this pose idea. Get some feedback. Gonna head to dinner. Enjoy your dinner. Alright, I am going to go feed the Bibble because I can't, like, proceed in anything because she's just, like, all over me. So I will be right back. Okay, I am back. Thank you, thank you. I had to put some bacitracin on my arm. Because, like, Bibble literally left bloody holes in my arm from her claws. Oh my god, that's the price I pay for not trimming her claws every week like I'm supposed to. Because they are like little needles. Majorly ouchies right there. Alright, so I'm going to take a screenshot of this and send it to Commander Munt and try and get some feedback. Alright, so I just messaged him asking what he thinks, if he has any particular pose ideas that he wants. I had an idea. Ooh, do tell. Okay, so I'm just waiting for feedback here. Oh, I like that. He just sent me a really neat reference. Copy image. Edit, paste. Isn't that cute? Because I know he definitely wants the pipe to be important part of this picture, so that will absolutely showcase that. That's a nice pose. I dig it. Alright, so we got our rough sketch layer here. I might come just hang by Deshante, kind of burning out on leveling? Sure. Yeah, leveling, it's like, it can be kind of tiring. Sometimes I fall asleep at the computer, like, because when I level, I do like monotonous stuff over and over again. Like, I'll run time walking dungeons over and over and over, and I'll just start dozing off. Like, my hands will still be like hitting buttons, but my brain is kind of like shutting down while I'm doing it. So somehow, like, I'm still playing, but I'm like sleep playing, which is really weird. I don't know how I do that. But when that starts happening, I'm like, yeah, as soon as this dungeon's done, I know it's time to take a break. Okay, I want that look to the mischievous grin, like he's scheming since he's a prankster. Add a book holster for the spell book, like the one you did in this. Okay, book holster. Gotcha. Alright, I'm gonna paste in my other commission I did for him. Whoop-a-doop-doop. So the holster, spellbook holster. I did this one a while ago. Put that right over there. Oh no, Bibble's back. I fed you, Bibble. What more do you want? What more do you want? Okay, I don't know if I have any 3D poses that are kind of like that, but I might. Let me see. And again, if you guys see any 3D poses on the side of the screen that are inappropriate, I apologize, because I do have 3D model poses for everything, especially since I do get commissioned for not safe for work art. And I know you can see it on the screen right now, so sometimes when I'm scrolling through them, we get through the more spicy couples poses. Like, there's tender loving ones, and then there's tender loving ones, if you know what I mean. So, hopefully I don't get banned off of Twitch. Maybe I could throw up a censorship on the screen while I'm scrolling through these. Hang on. Entire body. I did try and separate out the not safe for work ones into their own folder, so maybe this will work. Like, there shouldn't be any not safe for work poses in here. Let's see. So far, these all look pretty... Okay, never mind. Never mind. There were a few. Like, there's no way to separate them on Clip Studio. Like, they're gonna just show you all of them no matter what. So... And I have everything mixed in from fighting poses to, like, you know, whatever. Huzzah! Welcome. I love your shoulders, like the transmog there with the autumn leaves. Like, that's really pretty. Really, really nice. Now, do I have a pose that fits this? Like, just a leaning pose would work. There's some naughty poses. I mean, they're not that naughty, but you know, whatever. Oh, some of them are. Just try to scroll through those as fast as I can. Leaning pose. Got a couple sitting poses. Leaning. Archery. Da, 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 da. This is a thinking pose. I could edit it. Let's see. We want to make him leaning back, like he's leaning against something. Straighten this leg out. Lower the foot, like so. And move this arm back. Cloak, pants, and shoulders are all my tier set. Very nice. I really like the pants with like that overcoat kind of thing it's got going on. Like, that looks hella cool. Man, the Dragonflight transmogs are probably some of the best I've ever seen in WoW so far. Like they're actually starting to get some of the best outfits for World of Warcraft. In my humble opinion, they're the nicest outfits I've ever seen in WoW. I mean, WoW has a lot of good ones, don't get me wrong. Like, every expansion has some really nice stuff, but like, they outdid themselves for Dragonflight. Truly. Like, these outfits are so well put together. They're just the right amount of simple but ornate. Like, they're not over the top, garishly ornate like some of their armors tend to be, which are nightmares to draw. But they're nice. They're really nice. Alright, so this is, let's see, this arm is more like over here. So I'm just trying to match the pose. Oh, I'm getting like a weird spasm in my back right now. It's not fun. I don't enjoy it. Ouchies. Oh, it's not good. Oh, that looks awesome. I love that. That is sick. I dig the wings too. The wings that are like made out of branches and leaves. Very, very nice. Ooh, oh, I love the colors. Heroic. Oh my god. Like the purple and the red. Hello, that is just amazing. Mythic is pretty too. But I think the heroic, you know, that one, the nightmare druid thing, that one's definitely my favorite. For sure. Ooh, this one has night elf vibes. Like purple and green like that is like classic night elf colors. That's really neat too. I absolutely love that outfit. Let's see. My Mog is... Are you like... Is that like the Raid Finder one or just normal mode one? Alright, this hand, this arm coming out. Like so. This hand coming down. Moving around. I think I'm frozen. Oh crap. Screen just turned black. Okay, I better save just to be safe. Then I'm gonna say Young Fenral is the name of this commission. We're gonna save it into here. There we go. So we don't lose any of this. Oh, shoulder pants, cloak are normal. Gotcha. Nishante looks funny with glasses. She looks like very academic, like a librarian. It's really cute. Like the short hair and glasses look is super cute. Can I help you? Oh yes, we have literature on that subject right over here. Please step this way. You know, I can totally see that. That's it. She's a librarian now. Like, Drakthir Evoker by day, sweet, mild-mannered librarian by night. Why do you think Zabitigos wears glasses? It's a good look. Alright, let me move this hand. Oh yeah, that's the perfect hand pose right there. We almost matched the pose of the reference. Almost. We're still working at it. And let me move it over. So we gotta close these two fingers. We gotta get that hand right. So like the pinky, because he's holding a pipe. So that finger, that finger. Whoop. Like that. This finger slightly up. Okay, there we go. That looks pretty good for holding the pipe. Okay. And then we're going to move his head over. Oops. Hang on. Undo. Move his head over. A little bit up. Like so. Okay. Move that foot, bend that toe a little bit, move that leg. There we go. That's about right. Move this foot sideways like that. This arm needs to come up more. A little more foreshortening. Oh yeah, that looks good. That looks pretty good. And then this arm goes back a little more. Like there, because it's not exactly. Yeah! Oh yeah! That matches pretty well. He's an archivist. Gotcha. I think I gotta turn his head a little more towards the camera. Oh yeah. Yeah. That looks good. Now, whatever he's leaning up against, I will figure that out. But I'm not entirely sure just yet. Let's get rid of that cast shadow. Don't need that. Lock that pose, baby! That's a nice pose. Alright, I'm gonna send this to Commander Munt. Let him know I matched the pose. Now I'm like, what should he be leaning against? That's what I gotta figure. Let's see, what does he think? I just asked him, what does he think he should be leaning against? Because, I mean, I don't mind just having him lean against a wooden thing, just like in the reference. Because still, it's a totally different piece of art, totally different character. It's not like I'm copying the pose, but not the character, the art, the style, all that. It's inspired by, basically. I'm getting Iggy. Okie dokie. I guess I should also ask, like, how long is his ponytail? Is it really long? Is it like... I mean, here it looks kind of short. I gotta ask also. How long should his ponytail be? Like the art you had previously done, or longer? Many a question. I'll save. Actually, while I'm waiting for him to respond, I'm gonna see if Clip Studio has any 3D smoking pipes. Because that would be really cool. You know, there's all kinds of like little 3D props you could download for free. If not, it doesn't matter, but you know, be cool if they did. Alright, we're looking for a 3D pipe. So I'm gonna look up pipe. I look up pipe and I get like plumbing pipes. I want a smoking pipe. Flue and tobacco tray. Maybe if I type the word tobacco or smoke. Smoking? I don't know. They have like those really long smoking pipes. Pipe cigarette. Oh, hey guys, I found a pipe. A free 3-dimensional pipe for smoking. And it looks pretty good too. I'm still looking though. I want to see what else there is before I download that one, because I want to see if there's any nifty looking ones, but this one's pretty perfect. Download. Gotta love those free assets on the Clip Studio store. Okay. Pipe, 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 pipe. Pipe. We're looking for a pipe. Yeah, the rest of these are like plumbing pipes, or like those really long smoking pipes, the fancy kind, which I don't really see being the kind he would have. So yeah, the one I downloaded is pretty much the best one there is. So let us have a look in our downloads folder. Yeah, boop. Make it bigger, move it up, zoom in. Whoa. Okay. How big should this thing be? Which way is this thing even facing? Okay. So this is like being held between his fingers. That looks so thick. When I draw it, I'm probably going to make it thinner, because it just looks like really, really thick. I don't know. It looks a little silly. I'm going to tilt it a little, I think. Yeah. This was the only like 3D pipe Clip Studio had, so. We make do with what we got. Lower the opacity. Okay. And then for this, rasterize, lower the opacity. Makes it easier to draw over it. So I'm definitely going to make that like pipe stem thinner, maybe a little longer. I don't know if he wants it like that long. I should ask him. Also, what kind of pipe do you like? You know, what style / look? That would be helpful too. I'm gonna get in my Drakthir form. So I know Commander Munt's probably at work, so I do apologize if I'm not getting a whole lot done, but this is just how it goes with commissions. Like in the beginning stage, I have to get feedback before I can really proceed, you know? I gotta get everything all worked out. So probably while I'm waiting, I'm just gonna start like sketching his face, his hair, his glasses. And then I gotta work on designing what his robes look like. And when I get feedback on the pipe and what he's leaning on, then I can add those in as well. Alright, so I like to do my rough sketch in blue, usually. I always start with a blue line. Let's make our brush a little smaller. Also, I don't know how long he wants his hair to be. I really do need feedback. I need so much feedback. I love these 3D heads that Clip Studio came out with. Like, that looks so freaking cool. And you can edit, like, every single aspect of this as well. Like, I'm just using the face mixer right now. But, like, you can do so much more. Because I want, like, a kind of, like, little bit androgynous looking guy. Because Commander Munt likes his guys pretty, you know, like I do. So I really, that's a sexy head right there. Just saying. I'm definitely going to use that. Alright, let me rasterize. Lower the opacity. Bring it down here. I'm going to erase the other default 3D head. Just chop it right off. Because this is so much better looking right here. So I'm going to erase what I sketched so far. We're going to go with this. This is a good, pretty head right here. I'm going to tilt it a little bit more. I want that tilt. Yeah. Oh yeah, that look good. Now let me make sure it's a little big for the body. I got to shrink it down a little bit. Get it in proportion. Yeah, that looks good. That I don't know, maybe I made it too small. Now it's a little too small. Like zoomed out. Let me make it a little bigger again. So we get it right. Yeah, that looks right now, I think. Okay. Merge. Hey guys, I just got like a Twitch drop. I had no idea that there was a WoW Twitch drop going on. But I just got a picnic basket, apparently. So that's very interesting. Look at that. Let's see what this is. Huh. I'll be darned. I honestly had no idea that there was like a Twitch drop. Because, you know, I would like announce it when I'm streaming and let people know. Hi, Bipple. Oh, look at this. Like, I got a big umbrella with pineapples under it. And like, it's coming out of a grill. I don't think the umbrella is supposed to be in the grill. But, yeah. So that was cool. I just got a Twitch drop that I didn't know about. Alright, I'll take it. Oh no, and Bibble's climbing on me. Oh no! Bibble, no! Oh! Are there other Twitch drops too? Like, are there like mounts and stuff or what? Oh, I did see that with like Prime, there was Prime loot, so I activated Prime for a hot minute just so I could get a mount. I'm terrible like that. Like, I know it's gonna cost me like $8 because I cancel it right after because I don't want to pay for Prime. But I just want the mount. So, yeah, I got that. welcome back and thank you. Drac shoulder? What Drac shoulder? Yeah, I got like Dotto music playing on my phone, but I have my mic muted so it doesn't come through because I got copyright struck on YouTube yesterday for all the Uzbek music. I didn't think YouTube was gonna care, but apparently it does. I gotta bibble again. Ah. Alright, guys, so I'm just waiting for Commander Munt to give me approval so I could, like, start inking the line art. So that's why nothing's going on, because, like, I'm just kind of waiting for, you know, the green light to proceed on to the next phase. But also, I've been going for a little over 5 hours, and I'm, like, really hungry, so I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna stop the stream here, and, you know, go make some dinner. And when I get back, I will start up the stream again, and hopefully, you know, by then I should have approval to ink, because it seems like he likes the sketch, so I don't see why he wouldn't want me to start inking it, but I just want to make sure, like, that he's, like, thoroughly satisfied with it and doesn't need any edits or changes before I commit to clean line art. It was a lot of fun designing the robes, you know, like, I really love doing commissions for Commander Munt, because I pretty much get free reign, you know, I get a couple references, but it's really on me to, like, figure out how the outfits look and everything, so it gives me a lot of, like, creative wiggle room, and I like that. It was also my idea for this fancy wall in the background as well, like, because I was just like, what will he be leaning on? How about a fancy wall? So, yeah, I will be back, maybe in, like, about an hour. So that way I got time to go eat something. I'm probably just going to make, like, ramen noodles with a hard-boiled egg, because that's, like, all I really want. So. Oh, and I just got approval to ink. Yay! Sweet. I'm gonna say I'm gonna take a break. Been working 5 hours on other and yours. Need dinner. Will ink in an hour. Oh. Alright. Okay, guys, so I will end the stream here and I'll be back in a bit. So, see y'all later. Ciao for now. Bye bye.